Okay, what do we got today? I got no pink cards. Okay. Okay. So, is this, oh, this is my bill, right? This is the first one?
Hey, you sit there all morning.
No, I ain't gonna
Where's
do
your
that.
pink card?
I'm not gonna do that. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna have distributed right now an amendment. Um, But, so Aiden,
110.
are you gonna be the one who explains what's in these bills? Okay. All right, come on up. Just need someone to, yeah, yeah.
You have it.
You sent it last night.
I wasn't gonna s-
Okay. So as I mentioned yesterday, that the departments come to me and they want me to put in bills, which I would have to say, in this case, I pretty much know what's going on with each of the liquor bills, whereas some of those banking and insurance, I'm a little little foggy on. But it's important is that yes, we're dealing with all these different issues, and I will say that you now have an amendment that we just distributed, and the story behind this amendment is that this is an issue that came to my attention right after we had to put in bills, and the bill 1018 had a lot of stuff already in it, and so at that point we just decided that we'll wait till now to actually introduce this amendment. But all these things you're going to hear today from the commission with my name, this is the commission wants these bills, so it's not and it's not like they're like this one amendment, which is technically coming separately, but it is something that these are all issues that we're trying to deal with. So, good morning, gentlemen. And
Morning, sir.
so all I can say is that whoever speaks, you need to keep the microphone right in your mouth. And the best thing to do is go through the bill by section,
Certainly.
and just, like section 1, section 2, and just so everybody understands what's in the bill.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
First of all, thank you, Chairman Hunt and committee members. For the record, my name is Matthew Culver. I'm a lieutenant with New Hampshire State Liquor Commission, Division of Enforcement and Licensing. Over the course of the past few legislative sessions, we've asked for some changes on certain statutes to provide clarity for our industry members and clarity for interpretation by the division. This bill is a technical bill that provides some of those clarities. I'll go through each of them paragraph by paragraph. So in paragraph number one, pertaining to the combination license in RSA 178-18, it strikes out the words "not holding on-premises licenses." The full sentence there is "off-premises licenses shall be issued only for groceries and drug stores not holding on-premise licenses." The reason for this change is Title 13 currently has a license type, combination conditional license, that combines one or more license types. The most frequent license types utilized within this license is the combination license, which is an off-premise license, and a restaurant license, an on-premise license. The recommended change eliminates the contradictory wording in RSA 178-18.
Okay, everybody follow that one? Good. Section 2.
Paragraph number 2 is a change in the definitions, striking out off sale and inserting off premises. The second is striking out on sale and inserting on premises.
So this would have been something that was in the statute a long, long time ago, and we
Correct.
just never got around to.
Correct. In the 1990
Clean.
recodification of
Probably
the title.
Aiden passed
right.
that, when he
Yes.
was
Yep.
back when he was
All right.
chief.
Perfect. Now, paragraph number 3, on-premises cocktail lounge licenses, is striking out the word unaccessible and inserting inaccessible for a grammatic change.
Did you use the computer to come up with that replacement?
After it was brought to my attention several times, yes, I did Google it and
Artificial intelligence helped you
yes,
out with that one.
exactly.
Okay.
Number 5 is the same, striking out unaccessible, inserting inaccessible.
What number 4 was? Club. Okay, got rid of
Yeah.
the word club.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Striking out the word club for the rental facilities.
Okay. If you guys really want to have entertainment, you want to look up how many different kinds of liquor licenses we have, and club did become confusing because we had different kinds of clubs. So
54 to be exact. 54.
54. So if you would say is, well, why can't we simplify that? Why can't we make them different? Well, because each one that came in had a special circumstance. So either you create a separate license for it, or you put them in the general license and say they're eligible because it. So you don't save any words in the statute by doing it separately, and it's a little easier for us to actually have their own license number or license description.
Correct.
All right.
Paragraph number 5, just to reiterate, was striking out unaccessible, inserting inaccessible. And paragraph number 6 is striking out distilling and inserting license to distill twice in the same paragraph.
Okay.
And the reasoning behind this is through a recent legislative change in 2022, the licensing fees for the liquor manufacturer license was tiered. And in the change in the liquor manufacturing statute, who distilled 1,000 cases or more per year would pay an annual license fee of $16.92, and a liquor manufacturer who distilled less than 1,000 cases per year would pay an annual fee of $300. The proposed change provides
Yes,
consistency
what
with
were
the
those fees again?
$16.92 and $300.
300. Right, 300. That was
Yep.
right for the cheap one. Okay.
The proposed change provides consistency with the intended provisions of RSA 178.6 and RSA 178.29, the fees.
Okay. Great. And I assume you want to have enforcement talk about this amendment? Mark, do you want to talk about this amendment? This is the hookah.
That falls within licensing.
We're putting it, that's the reason why we're putting it in this bill.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So Matt, were you prepared to talk about this a little bit?
I was, yes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Matt.
So the amendment that is before each of you now, it is relative, and many of you may remember, 2 legislative sessions ago, we discussed the cigar bar. This is inserting the hookah lounge or hookah criteria to be included in the cigar bar and cigar bar related items into that definition. So what this will do will allow the businesses that primarily operate as a hookah lounge to be able to be in compliance with the cigar bar license.
Okay, so they'll still have all the same requirements in terms of sales of non-alcohol, not alcohol, but related to.
60% of the quarterly gross revenue will be in cigar or cigar related products. Hookah is now included in the cigar related products.
And the reality is they have been operating anyways, but this clarifies it and sets the ground rules.
That's correct, Chairman. Yes.
And we got away by not creating a new license because we're just
No
adding-
new license type,
We're just
not
expanding a
55.
current license.
Correct.
Okay, any questions from the committee members? Yes, Representative Burrows.
Could you let us know, what do you smoke in a hookah? Because I don't know.
Thank you for that question. It is shisha tobacco. Shisha tobacco.
What is shisha tobacco?
It's
It's a region, isn't it? These are
yeah, it's commonly utilized by the Middle Eastern culture, but it's a sticky form of tobacco that's smoked in the hookah pipe.
You get high on it?
Depends what it's made sticky with.
You better not be.
I don't believe that
compacted
you
and
can.
flavored.
I believe there is some sort of equivalent to nicotine in it, some sort of stimulant.
Okay, Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. How does this amendment affect existing hookah bars? What additional burdens does it place on them, if any?
Thank you for the question. We don't have a license type for hookah bars. So the hookah, the establishments that primarily operate as a hookah lounge fall under the cigar bar license, and that has been the issue. Those license types or those business models have had a difficult time maintaining this 60% quarterly gross revenue in cigar-related products because most of what they sell is hookah. So this change includes the hookah into the cigar-related products, making it much easier for them to be in compliance with the statute.
Yeah, and as the sponsor, I could say they requested this. So we do have a card for them to speak to it. Yes, further question.
And Representative, the hookah, the selling of hookah actually worked against the percentage. So these establishments were getting audited, not frequently, but frequent enough that it actually works to the positive, not the negative.
And just
For the question.
Follow-up question?
Yep.
So does this incentivize hookah bars to also sell cigars and other tobacco products?
They can sell other tobacco products and cigar-related items.
They have been already all along,
Correct. But
trying
it's
to
the
meet
cigar,
to meet the requirement.
right. It's the cigar-related products that go towards the 60%. And as the chief said, that is absolutely correct. Anything else they sell, whether it's a T-shirt or a soda, that goes against their 60% requirement.
Okay. Yep, Representative McHugh.
Any thought on the contents of the shisha pellets, right? So they're basically pucks like that are compressed, like you said, a bit sticky and flavored with all sorts of flavors.
Correct.
And one of them is about a pack of cigarettes, roughly, if you smoke the whole thing yourself, which is uncommon. But you can put whatever you want in there. So is there any thought to discussing in here other additives that may or may not be more or less
Legal.
harmful?
We have, and thank you for the question. We have not seen that in our hookah lounges currently. Any other product being utilized in those. So that is not something that we are seeing in the industry right now.
Okay, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I
This
add
is
to
just
that?
out of curiosity, but what is the point of not allowing cigarette smoking in a cigar bar?
I think it goes back to the Indoor Smoking Act, prohibiting the cigarette smoking. That is an item that was discussed in this committee a couple sessions ago, but that's what it is pertaining to directly.
Correct. That is the history. Okay, so yes, Chief, did you say you wanted to offer up something else?
All I wanted to do is just add.
Keep the mic close to your mouth, because I know everybody wants to hear
Not
what you
loud
have to
enough.
say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, what we're looking at is hookah for what it is. And if it's an adulterated product that isn't in its purest form what it is, then we would be looking at that as a violation. But thank you for your question. It's a great question.
Yes, Representative Bullion.
How many hookah lounges are there in the state? I know that there was, maybe 2 or 3 in Manchester, but they're not there anymore, so I'm not quite sure where they are.
Somewhere around 17, I think.
I think there's 19.
19, okay.
Well, no, there's 15 and 2.
I was going to say it was about a dozen.
Thank you for the question. It's 17
Oh, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
cigar bar licenses.
Oh, 17 cigar bars, because we don't know which ones are actually, they're not distinguished as hookah because we've never,
We
created that.
know that 5 predominantly.
5 are hookahs.
Are predominantly.
So
utilize
17
the
cigar
hookah.
bars, and we know 5 are
Correct.
hookah oriented. Okay, good. Thank you very much. And Chair will call Warren Weston, who is representing, I can't believe they call themselves Air.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Air, or clouding the air, maybe? Right. So what does AIR stand for?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Maura Weston, and I am here this morning on behalf of Advanced Inhalation Rituals.
Get that, let me get it. Advance
Inhalation,
Inhalation.
rituals.
ritual. Okay. There we go.
Yes. And I have with me written testimony from the National Hookah Community Association. So I will leave that with you. We are here in support of the amendment, and we encourage you to pass or recommend 1018 as amended. We think that this is a good opportunity to simply clarify the law. The hookah lounges have been operating in a bit of a gray area, as you've heard, and clarifying that 60% of their quarterly revenue shall come from the sale of hookah or cigars will give them a regulatory construct with which they can comply. I should also mention that in the amendment, there is a provision that the hookah lounges would comply with what I'll refer to as last call imposed on any businesses selling liquor. So that is new and hasn't been in law to date. In general, this will give everybody, I think, more regulatory certainty, if not certainty, predictability. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions and appreciate your consideration.
Representative Burrows.
This is just a curiosity question. How carcinogenic are the inhaling the hookah smoke? Do you know?
The total product is, as I understand it, 15% tobacco. And I don't know how that translates to how
I was
carcinogenic it
just
is,
curious.
but it is FDA approved and it's legal.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Great.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time and consideration.
Anybody else would like to speak on House Bill 1018? Seeing none, close the public hearing on 1018. Oh, so I gotta have a system, Chris, of getting the blue sheets. Somehow I got more.
Is there a typo in that bill, or is this some? I was going to ask the question on line 30, or do I just not know what that means?
What are you looking at? Just so Matt knows. Where do you see it? In the amendment. Okay. In the amendment, and what line? Line 30. Oh, no Z of exposure. Yeah. Where did the Z come from? Mara, do you know where the Z came from? So this on the amendment, 0110. No ounce of exposure, no Z of exposure, but not limited to an increased risk of cancer and heart disease, and that no Z of exposure to second, no, something.
That's a technical term.
Yeah. So what's Z, why is the Z sounds like it was a computer filling in the blank.
I believe that there's a typo that I might not have caught when I reviewed the language.
Okay.
The last sentence of Roman 4 is, and that no level of exposure to secondhand
Level
smoke
of
is
exposure.
safe.
So that must be the Greek word for level. The Greek level. Okay.
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Next, 1076. Okay. Short and sweet.
Short and sweet, sir. All set?
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The intent of Bill 1076 is to allow the wine manufacturer to hold their one on-premises license either on the premises of the manufacturing facility or on the premises of their wine manufacturer retail outlet. The intent on this bill is because there are circumstances with the wine manufacturers that have their facility location on premises that may not be suitable to have a restaurant there. So this would expand if they're allowed to have one on-premise license, if they're allowed to have a wine manufacturer retail outlet, they could either have their one on-premise at their manufacturing facility or at their retail outlet.
And this was a request by, there was some. there
By
was
an
a-
industry member, yes.
Yeah, there was an industry, one manufacturer that wanted to
Correct.
have this. So just to jog people's memory, several years ago, we passed allow a beverage manufacturer and wine manufacturer to have a separate facility. I guess I'm not sure we mentioned names or not, but there's a certain wine manufacturer that's right on 101 and that had, but that is an on-premise licensee anyways, that location, hers. But she did have, they did have another location at a mall to sell their wine. But in this case, it's reversed. The person doesn't want to have that on-premise license at their actual location. They want to do it at their so-called retail location. Theoretically, the retail location is more located for retail activity and therefore more apt to have a successful on-premise restaurant. Yes, Representative Patusek.
Thank you, Chairman. Question. This says or. Does this allow the manufacturer to have one on premise and one at the retail location?
Thank you for the question, Representative. They are allowed one on-premises license. So that license could be on the premises of their manufacturing facility or the premises of their retail. But they're only getting one. They only can have one per statute.
Further question, inquirer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would this prohibit a manufacturer from having a second license, say if they have a manufacturing facility in
The answer is
Wyndham?
yes.
It would prevent,
It would prohibit it.
thank you.
So, and I guess the other thing I want to just jog everybody's memory, where this all comes back to was the concept that we were a 3-tier state. And that meant that if you were a manufacturer, you would not be a retailer. Okay? And yes, we have chipped away at that 3-tier statute. And the most famous, obviously, was brew pubs. But this is just a little bit to allow the manufacturers. Then we allow manufacturers to be able to sell at their location. And then this is the next step, which is to allow them to have an on-premise license, which theoretically, if we were true believers of the 3-tier, we would never have allowed that in the first place. Representative Billiam.
Yes. Thank you for taking my question. In the case of LaBelle Winery, they're in Bedford, and I think that's where they produce their wines.
Right.
And
So
they
this
do-
bill doesn't affect them
It doesn't.
because it's there on premise.
Right, but they also have several other facilities where they own a facility where they sell their wines.
Correct.
So
Well, one. You can only have one.
don't they have a few? Oh, okay. So how does that happen?
So if a licensee were to have multiple wine manufacturing facilities, they can already retail sell at their wine manufacturer facility without utilizing their wine manufacturer retail outlet.
Right, because she has more than one winery. per se.
Licensed as a wine manufacturer, yes.
Right, yeah. Okay? Have we confused you all yet?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm guessing that the reason for just one license is to limit the how much their production is. Is that correct?
No, it's just because we've always said that we were a three-tier state, and so we were reluctantly allowing them to have this other retail location, and mainly because if theoretically, and I would say not so much for wine, but certainly for a beverage manufacturer, the facility might be located in an industrial zone and really not appropriate for a retail-like location. And so the rationale was that yes, if they want to have a retail location that's in a mall, down the street, at that time we were telling them no, they had to make beer in the mall, and that seemed a little awkward and cumbersome and probably inappropriate. And that's when we decided to allow them to have that one external location.
Thank you.
Oh, Representative Gibbs, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be sure I understand, you would allow the manufacturer to sell for on-premises consumption only in one place. That is either in the manufacturing facility or in a retail location, or just one place, no matter how many locations they might actually own.
Thank you for the question, Representative, and that is correct, yes. They're only allowed by statute one on-premises license.
Thank you.
Right. But to make sure everybody understands, they can sell, samples and sell and do in both locations.
Correct.
But the key element, the on-premise location, has that whole other extenuate, which is food and
It's a restaurant license.
It's a restaurant license. Remember, when you're an on-premise, you're a restaurant. Off-premise, you're a convenience store or a grocery store. Right.
Thank you for taking this follow-up. I still don't understand how LaBelle can have several on-site restaurants with one license in different cities.
For the situation with LaBelle specifically, I would have to review her licensing file to see how that structure is set up. But generally speaking, per manufacturing license, you're allowed the one on-premises license. So those facilities would have to be independently licensed as manufacturers.
Yeah. So okay, I know the one on Amherst. Where's the other one?
Tuscan Village,
Tuscan
Dairy.
Village
Derry, Tuscan Village.
in Derry. Now,
Portsmouth
do they have
Village.
vineyards there?
Yes.
Okay, so basically they have two different manufacturing sites, so that doubles the licensure possibilities for them.
Do they distill?
So
No,
that
no, they're a winery.
I mean, not distill, but do they
Wine.
produce there?
They make wine. Make
Yes.
wine in Derry.
yes,
Okay.
yeah.
And
So
I know
that was-
I've seen the winemaking they do in Amherst, so that means they're making wine in both locations. That means they could theoretically have
Well,
4 locations.
no, you're right, because, excuse me, she has a vineyard in Derry, but I don't think she actually makes wine. I think it goes back to Amherst. I think she takes it.
Right.
No, because there's,
I don't
no, in
know.
that facility, I know that building. It's right, it's 4 miles from my house.
Well, maybe we
So-
just need to have a road trip to go visit
Yes,
all her
yes.
facilities.
Yeah, and I don't even think those grapes are used in her wine.
Right,
Ouch.
exactly.
Ouch.
I know. I work there.
Okay. Let's not pick on one of our important New Hampshire manufacturers who we want to be supportive of. Okay. So do you have a question, Representative Wallace?
She has like a little store.
This is a would
a
you
little-
believe?
Okay, would you believe that a certain winery 4 miles from my house has a little store there. So does she need a license? Does she
No.
need 2 licenses, or
No,
is she not allowed to get 2
any
licenses?
beverage, wine, anybody or any manufacturer is allowed to sell their product at the location, and that
Okay.
goes back to Flag Hill was the first one where he was making John Stark vodka, and how embarrassing was that. This is probably when you were back, the committee way back then. That when that he said, kind of ridiculous. People can come in and do a tasting, but I can't sell it to them. I got to send them to a liquor store to buy it, and that's how we trampled on the 3-tier system way back when.
Some of us did make a field trip to Flag Hill just to
Right.
personally inspect it.
Well, this was good. This is a good get everybody understanding the nuances of our, and as you can see, it's the consequence of each action you make has a trickle down effect. The domino effect that how we affect it. But all of it is, and I look at Scott when I say this, that all of this is the trampling on the 3-tier concept. So
And there will be more of that later.
stay tuned. We still cutting some more here. Okay. How are we doing? Anybody sign in on the blue sheet? Okay, waved off on that. All right, we'll close the public hearing on 1076. $13.58. So, Aiden and Matt, can you guys just fill out a card just so we can have in the files if somebody were ever to come in and said, who were these people? I don't have this bill. Sticking in each bill so that right. Well, because you were testifying on these bills, so theoretically, if someone would open the folder, they just say, "Who were these people?" So if you both fill out a card, right? But you could, I think you could put both your names on one card. That is true. We have seen that happen. Okay. All right. 1358. What do we got here? Oh yes, this one. Okay. Okay. Good morning again.
Good morning, Chairman, and thank you. House Bill 1358, in concept, is a bill that combines the contract manufacturing and tenant manufacturing that is currently set up in the beverage side of the house for the wine manufacturers and liquor manufacturers. So it's taking the concepts of the tenant brewing, changing that to tenant manufacturing, as well as the contract brewing, changing that to contract manufacturing for all of the manufacturing licenses. The liquor manufacturers, the wine manufacturers, and the beverage manufacturers, making all of those consistent. There is an immense amount of complexity in this bill with all of the name changes. We have been in touch with our industry partners and the New Hampshire Beverage Association, who this week has provided us with some information about some recommendations to the language in this. Certainly, if this bill were to go to subcommittee, we would be in touch with them and devise some or tighten up any holes in the language that exist now.
Yeah, so why don't you describe what the purpose, what's the problem we're trying to solve here? What is the,
So with contract brewing is most simply explained by I have a recipe and I'm bringing it to your manufacturing facility for you to make that recipe. Tenant brewing, otherwise known as an alternating proprietorship or alt-prop in the federal system, is that I don't have a facility. So I'm leasing your facility to make my own product. I'm using your equipment to make my product. Now, this has been attractive because of the immense startup cost of some of these breweries or wine manufacturing, liquor manufacturing facilities. They can share the equipment. In some instances, at least one on the brewery side, we've had a licensee not necessarily share equipment, but they share space. They have their own equipment, but they share one general location. This concept of the contract and tenant has never been applied to the liquor or wine manufacturers. The intent of this bill is to allow the same thing for the liquor manufacturers and the wine manufacturers as we do for the brewers. Again, it's complex and there's a lot of changes in this bill.
this is the one that Brian Ferguson called me on, is that?
I believe Mr. Ferguson had some issue.
Concerns,
yeah.
concerns.
So, yes, he called me as well. I did.
Well, I sent him to, I sicked him on you.
Well, thank you. And I have not had the opportunity to speak to him.
Oh, to see what we have, make sure to address. Okay, so this theoretically is going to get amended then when we get to subcommittee?
I believe it is going to, yes, Chairman.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So I get, you guys know how I like to tell a story. So my most famous story is that many moons ago, when Mr. Koch from who had his grandfather's recipe to make an ale and wanted to start Sam Adams Ale, he had no facility. As a matter of fact, he was never in the beverage business to begin with. And so he needed someone to contract brew. Now here I am going to college in Boston University, and lo and behold, I'm looking at my very first bottle of Sam Adams, and what does it say on it? Brewed in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And what happened? Well, his initial contract, and I've read his book because I got an autographed copy of his book. But he does talk about how he went shopping for a tenant brewer to make the original Sam Adams. So Sam Adams is actually Iron City Light, Iron City beer, but in using that facility. Okay. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I know that the New Hampshire Brewers Association sent an email this morning with testimony. I'm not sure that was received or not.
Okay.
But that's included in here as well.
Okay. All right. Any questions, committee members? As you can see, all of this is enabling legislation to allow to expand what these companies, these manufacturers, and we have so many different kinds of manufacturers, so it gets complicated as we move along here. Okay. And last but not least, we have brew pubs. Okay.
Yes, we got 15 minutes.
We way ahead of ourselves? Oops. Oops. Okay. All right, talk among yourselves.
So why restrict the hours in the hookah lounges? I can tell you that I've been driving around at 3 o'clock in the morning in Manchester, and that hookah lounge is packed. That parking lot is full.
Where's the hookah lounge?
On Valley. You know the martial arts place is?
Yeah,
The Chinese
right
place.
there?
Yeah.
So you can do.
3 o'clock in the morning, that
Boom.
parking lot is packed.
So
So I'm just wondering why they want to restrict the hours.
Because they're, you don't really know what we were.
Signing them, I just figured we wanted the bill file at some point, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
This is getting a little out of control.
There's a lot of people in the room.
Like just like I just said. Yeah, all right. So we're kind of sneaking that one in.
What happened was, when we did the drug law, was no building. I always say this is that we're the mother man. I'm in here, liquor. Okay. So as I said before, the original tramping on the three-tier system was the brew pub. And now they're not done. Right? So why don't you explain this one to everybody?
Thank you again, Chairman and committee members. H Bill 1380 affects the brew pub license and RSA 178:13. By inserting a new paragraph in that license, which reads, nothing in this section shall prevent a holder of a brew pub license from holding an on-premises or off-premises license under this chapter, provided that A, the brew pub license does not hold any other type of manufacturing license under this title, and B, an on-premises or off-premises licensee holding 2 or more brew pub licenses shall not sell more than 5,000 barrels of beer or cider to any New Hampshire licensed retailer. This language was a collective work group between the New Hampshire Brewers Association, the Restaurant Lodging Association, and the Division of Enforcement to expand upon the privileges of the brew pub license. What the issue has been, and I'm sure the New Hampshire Restaurant and Lodging Association is here and they will testify to this, but one of their constituents has had several restaurant licenses throughout the state. And the idea behind this is to have the ability for a brew pub license, which by statute is considered a manufacturing license, integrated with the on-premise restaurant licenses. Now, as Chairman Hunt has explained, there's a couple concerns in this with RSA 179:11 and the prohibited interest, and that is the whole 3-tier system. But in it of itself, the brew pub license, you have to have a restaurant license in order to have a brew pub license. It's integrated within that license type. So you're considered a manufacturer and you're considered a restaurant. You're no more of a manufacturer than you are a restaurant. And that is what Representative Hunt is referring to in the 3-tier system. You're taking 2 of the tiers and combining them together. Now, for the purposes of the issue at hand here, what was happening in the industry is that licensees who had multiple on-premise licenses could not get a brew pub license because it would be considered crossing the tier in a violation of 179:11. This expands that by allowing those licensees, the on-premise restaurant licenses, to have this type of license only. Not a beverage manufacturing license, but the brew pub license.
But what's our self-distribute law? I know I passed that many years ago. Well,
So in the beverage manufacturer or the brew pub?
yeah, right. Exactly.
So-
So, but I'm saying if they're going to be delivering to their own locations, or do they have to use a distributor? Do we know?
That is the part B in this section, and this is
sell more. It was about self-distributing.
right. So under the beverage manufacturing law 178:12, if you produce under 15,000 barrels, you are allowed to self-distribute
Right,
up
okay.
to 5,000 barrels. So this is consistent with that portion of the beverage manufacturing law. Under the current law in the brew pub, you only can produce 2,500 barrels, and you can self-distribute all 2,500 of those barrels. So what Part B is saying here is if you have 4 restaurant licenses, you can now get a brew pub license. If you get another brew pub license, then you can self-distribute an extra 2,500 barrels for a total of 5,000 barrels, which is the same as the beverage manufacturers can self-distribute. And you're limited to that. If you got another brew pub license, you're not going to be able to distribute 7,500 barrels. And I will tell you that we have 31 brew pubs right now
Amazing.
in our licensing structure. And I believe it's only 2 of them that are even remotely close to the 2,500 barrels. So nobody's even,
Right. Well, the whole concept of the brew pub was that you're really only manufacturing enough for your own sales for your that.
thank
that
you, Chairman.
location.
That's 100% correct. The entire intent of this
That
law.
was the.
Right.
And I will assure you all, I was not around when brew pub pet law passed. So you can't blame me for that one.
Nor was I.
Right. Were you around?
Yeah.
You were? So were you enforcement? Were you chief at the time?
No, I wasn't Chief Chairman. I was an investigator, but first brew pub showed up in Portsmouth.
Right, Portsmouth, right.
And it was requested by a gentleman named Peter Eggleston, who has gone on to open a number of other brewery facilities in New Hampshire. And his argument was, I make beer in other states where I have a license, particularly Massachusetts. I would like to be able to serve the beer that I make to the people who come to my restaurant. And the legislature, in its infinite wisdom, has always decided to work and help the businessman who's trying to expand his presence in New Hampshire, and the legislature, I believe, was probably regulated revenues passed.
It was regulated revenues, yeah.
Passed that.
I can't hear you. I cannot hear you.
I'm sorry.
Portsmouth, Portsmouth Brewery.
The first?
But it's Portsmouth Brewery. What was the other? Because his wife was name on one of them, and his name was on the other.
Oh, I mean, I think what he did was try to take that first step into modernization of. I'm not sure people foresaw the tier implications as clearly as they do today.
I'd be shocked that Clark Corson didn't do anything at that time. I'm shocked he would not have tried to say something about it. But
I don't know if there's any other questions about that process.
all right, Representative McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Tim McHugh from Merrimack. This makes me think of our local folks, Abel Ebenezer, because they produce and self-distribute. And it was one of the first places that I knew that ran their own refrigerator trucks all around the state, delivering their beer produced in Merrimack to the restaurants. So your first explanation was about as clear as a Guinness to me. So I'm getting there. Help me understand how this affects the little guy like that. This just lets them produce more, 5,000, or what are they likely to be licensed as now? And I don't believe they serve food. I think it's all like brought in.
Thank you, Representative. I'm not sure how that specific licensee is licensed, whether they're a beverage manufacturer, nano brewery, or they're licensed as a brew pub. I would have to check that.
Well, he has a pub and he has all kinds of events there and music and whatever, and then he
Right,
has a
that's
food
right,
truck
that's
in the.
Well, his claim to fame was for this committee was getting to after COVID to continue to allow him to be reselling directly to the consumer.
Yeah, he does both.
Yeah, that was we passed that legislation because of him.
So I just want. I'm familiar. I just want to know how this affects them because I don't entirely
It
understand.
counts on what his underlying license is.
Sorry,
It counts on what his underlying license is.
which I don't know.
So
Is it a
there's-
manufacturer or is he a brew pub?
Yeah,
I
don't know.
would think he's a manufacturer. I don't believe he was a brew pub, but
So can you be a manufacturer and have a bar and a lounge and entertainment and
that's what the other bills
transient.
were talking about, having an on-premise license.
So he must
You
have
can be a
both.
manufacturer and have an on-premise license.
So he must have both then, because he self-distributes and he has occasional transient entertainment and a food truck and whatnot. Food truck's not connected.
No, he doesn't have a food truck. He delivers. He puts in the back of a truck and delivers to your house.
Yes, well, he has an actual food truck that serves the food. What I'm saying is they don't serve
No,
the food. They have to bring
we do
somebody,
not
bring
allow
someone to do
food
it.
trucks to serve alcohol.
No, they don't serve alcohol. Food. It's a food truck.
But thank you for the question because I think, the complexity of this is noted on this. I think another important aspect to bring up with this is what has been done as workarounds for this to be allowed to happen, right? So if I own 4 restaurants and I want to open up a brew pub license, what has been occurring now and is completely allowed by statute is to turn those 4 restaurants into brew pubs. So TTP approval is granted for a home brew kit that is placed on the table, and now they're considered brew pubs and licensed as brew pubs. And that is simply not the correct way to fix this issue. So this is the correct way to fix the issue. I think that the industry partners will be able to come to an agreement on how that is done.
Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman. You mentioned the word complicated. Convoluted seems even more.
More
why is-
appropriate.
Why is all this necessary? I guess maybe I don't fully understand the 3-tier system and why we need it, but it just seems to be, quite frankly, ridiculous that all of a sudden you're limited to 5,000 or it just that doesn't make sense to me. Too many rules.
Okay, so I'll take this one.
Thank you. Chair.
Okay. And you know, the only reason we actually have liquor now in commerce was that because I had Lucknow, the Castle in the Clouds had a spring water, and Jim Demers came in the legislation to allow them to self-distribute
Spring water?
beer. They were making a beer. Probably the only person who still has a Lucknow T-shirt, but the beer, and because it really was the very first beer that was made here in New Hampshire, as a small batch brewing, and needs to say that I had to negotiate with the beer distributors, and we came up with a compromise, and Donna Cytec was so impressed, she said, "Okay, you guys can have the liquor. You can have all the liquor bills," and so. The struggle is that you have this concept of the 3-tier that you were going to that it was literally it was something that came out of the end of the Prohibition, and which was that we're going to ensure that we won't have the speakeasies back that was going on when all the illegal beer was being sold, and then I say there's a trivia question: what state ignored the Prohibition? And I looked at the list and I said, the only one I can think is possibly would be Maine. And that was the answer. Then Maine actually ignored the Prohibition, and Maine had nothing to do with the Prohibition. So evidently you could, well, they're right next to Canada. So all the Canadian booze is probably coming in there. So anyway, the 3-tier, for whatever it's worth, is a model that we've had a long time, and Scott at one time made a presentation to the committee about the defense of the 3-tier system. So, having said that, every time we have these new industries, New Hampshire, they're trying to come in, and we are a mother may I, right? So everything is illegal until we make it legal, and so each time we struggle with how do we take care of this problem? How do we, give this business this opportunity without totally throwing the 3-tier or whatever in the trash can? And the problem, I would say, when you have this mother may I system is that every time you do pass something, like a brew pub, every time you do this, now you created a whole industry invested in perpetuating that exemption. And so, an example I give people is that if you go, I went to Montana and I wanted to get a margarita at a restaurant, and they said, well, we don't have that license. We only, in Montana, they limit to how many liquor licenses they have per town. Okay. Why haven't they fixed that problem? Because everyone who had to pay that $250,000 or whatever to buy that license to open the restaurant will make damn sure they don't want that law to be repealed. And so we have that same problem. That each one of these things, and this is a classic case that we have to, restaurant lodging is involved in negotiation. The distributors are involved in negotiation. Everybody is going to, because we're somewhat futzing around with 3-tier here. And so each one has to say, okay, are we willing to live with this little chipping away of the law? And so, yes, and you take it in totality, it looks like we have this crazy, bizarre Byzantine, system. But it's, I guess, all I can say is that I've been doing this long enough that I can fortunately tell you the story on why each one happened and what was the negotiation, what was the process, how we got there. And that's what you call institutional knowledge.
Thank
And I
you,
hope
Mr.
someday I can impart on all of you, so you all can have the same institutional knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fully understand it now. I appreciate it.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a latecomer to this whole system, may I ask you a couple of questions just to be sure I understand?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, the 3-tier system, do I understand correctly? Tier 1 is manufacturing.
Correct.
Tier 2 is retail sales.
No, tier 2 is distribution.
Wholesale industry.
In other words, the manufacturer, the whole idea that the original Tide House, which is what we were trying to get rid of, was that Anheuser-Busch would make the beer, they'd stick it on their truck and and have their horses clop down the street, and they would take it to a establishment that they owned.
Okay, and then
So we didn't want ownership of all 3 tiers. That we wanted separate ownership. The whole idea was if you own one, you can't own any of the other 2.
and then tier 3 is both retail sales and bars and restaurants?
Correct, and that's what we call on-premise and off-premise.
Okay, so tier 2 has essentially part A off-premise and part B on-premise.
Tier 2,
No, that was tier
is
3.
just distributed. Tier 3 is both on and all these licenses we're talking about in terms of who sells it is the tier 3.
Okay, I have another question. This is both broader and maybe a very stupid question, I don't know. But why don't we let the free market operate, let commerce operate, and then if we see a problem, make it illegal rather than making everything illegal
Okay.
until we come up with this
And
Byzantine
that-
system?
Very good question, and that goes back to, in terms of my telling this story, that goes back to the end of the Prohibition. So when the Prohibition ended, what they ended up doing, they really actually allowed any state to continued to be a dry state. Any state could have said, no, we're not going to do anything. But they said, what instead was, okay, now instead of being everything's legal and then you just make things illegal based what you don't like, which is what you were saying, the free market, it was absolutely the complete opposite. Everything is illegal until the state decides that it's legal. And that's why I say this is Mother May I. And I thought this was the only Mother May I legislation that occurs until I got into a zoning issue and learning that zoning is also the same situation. So if you want to make a correlation in your mind about what we do here, it's the same thing as zoning. And that is you can't do something in a zone unless it's specifically stated that it was allowed.
Thank you.
Representative Grassi,
Yes,
welcome to Commerce.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess all our questions are aimed at you now. So instead of the speaker,
Well,
so
I
he
was
can-
the sponsor.
He can leave. So, but yeah, I certainly understand the 3-tier system. The concern that I have is that, as we know, I mean, UNH actually has a program in craft brewing now. And the thing is as has gone on in the Northwest, is happening here in the Northeast, and that craft brewing is becoming a really big thing.
Correct.
And I don't know if there's something more we need to do, but I hate to see us restrict craft brewing and brew pubs the way we seem to be doing it here. I don't know. I know we have some very powerful distributors here in the state, so they're that number 2 in that tier. But we need to encourage more of this craft brewing in the state of New Hampshire because it's becoming very lucrative. And as we all know from yesterday's testimony, we have some of the highest alcohol consumption in the nation. So, and having gone to UNH, I know that
But
a
our
lot of it is
beer, our
concerned
beer tax has been
imports with the-
flat. It's been
Yeah.
literally flat, and that is that even with all these sparkling waters and all these other products,
Right.
come in the market, and in terms of even the custom brewers will tell you that they have to keep coming out with new products because if they're like their original products, like they get bored of it. They don't want to. They want all these new varieties. I would say is that yes, over the history of this committee, and certainly on my watch, we have done amazing things to facilitate that. For instance, we created a nano license. Okay, which was allowed them to be small. We allow them to have tastings. We allow them to charge for those tastings. We've done so over the years. We have done amazing amount of things for the custom brewer. I would say the number one difficulty is, and this is when you go back to the distributors, is for a distributor to make money on any product. They got to sell enough volume of it. Okay, and there is a problem when you have so many guys in this business. It's hard to sell the volume. Now, the other issue we're going to get, and I believe we have the bill, is growlers.
Right, and
Okay.
it's not just beer, but it's also
No,
cider
and
that we're
wait,
seeing come up now. There's
And
a lot
I'm
of-
intimately of a cider because I have a son-in-law who has a North Country cider.
Yes.
Is my son-in-law is part of that. So yes, I'm intimately aware of that. And I told him right from the get-go that they were never going to be able to compete against beer because they don't water the product down. We went to Merrimack, and Anheuser-Busch was very proud to tell us that they do everything. They brew it at 10%, and then they water it down to 5%.
Yeah.
So at any rate, as you will see, that we have everything that we've done here we are trying to facilitate those custom brewers.
I mean, it's strange seeing somebody on the Democratic side coming out saying, we're certainly supporting the free market in this type of thing. But I think that's
we
the-
have
We're equally
representatives
that we have to do
who
is that-
promoted that on the
Yeah.
House floor. The
Yeah,
free market.
that I think this is something because these are home brewers and many of them start out as they go on to whether they come out of the University of New Hampshire or they make a good product that their neighbors like and they start just maybe selling it locally, getting a nano license, and then they move up from there. And I think we need to encourage that type of activity in
and
the
I
state.
think
And I would like
everybody
to
in
see
this
us
committee agrees with you.
open this up so that we can have more of those activities occur.
It's a great economic opportunity. That's right.
I'd like to.
Okay, I think Representative Herbert had his hand up, and then you. Yes,
It's pretty straightforward. and
put the
that's,
mic close. Mic close.
It's a revenue question. So every time we do something different, I would assume it has an impact, positive or negative, on the state's revenue. And I'm wondering if you have any idea what the impact would be going forward if we did this.
Thank you for your question, Representative.
Yeah, Matt, you got it. Matt, thing.
Thank you for your question, Representative. The brew pub license is currently a $1,200 license. We anticipate there to be more brew pubs applications applied for, generating that revenue type. The only way that this licensing scheme can happen, into Representative Grass's point, with the nano brewery license, which was specifically designed for the craft brewers, right? That is a manufacturing license, but it was not included in the prohibited interest statute in 17911. So you can be issued that manufacturing license and still obtain additional restaurant licenses by statute.
One further.
Further question, you may inquire.
So, so the income to the state is limited to whatever the
Licensing
ownership is.
the licensing fees and the production fees on the taxation at 30 cents a gallon.
Okay, so there is a revenue
Yes.
from the production of.
Absolutely.
But that's not the
Yes.
real revenue.
Pardon me?
The real revenue is the rooms and meals tax.
Right.
That's the real revenue. I mean,
So-
the fees are, theoretically, it's just paying for the department. They should not be, if Avis Nichols was still around, and she was the goddess of fees and ways and means, but the fee is supposed to only facilitate the running of the operation. Now, what is interesting about the brew pubs was that they went right to the 1200, which is our highest liquor license, and that they will also sell distilled, cocktails, whereas you could get a license as low as $480 and just be a beer and wine license. So and again, the Nano one's even cheaper. So all these licenses are very inexpensive. That's not where the revenue is to the state. The revenue, in the end of the day, the beer tax, we the lowest beer tax around. And if we pass a bottle bill, that beer tax is going to be less revenue. So that's why we don't want to pass that bottle bill. But but notwithstanding, the rooms and meals is really been the big revenue generator. Because with all these things we've done along the way, when we allowed them to start selling the beer, then we're getting our 8.5% tax.
So it's the 8.5%. It's the 8.5% is the revenue to the state, and presumably, if these proliferate around, that's the additional revenue, and nobody knows what that might be.
Well, it's not their job. They don't. That's DRA.
Whose job? DRA.
DRA.
Are we going to get an FN on this, or?
The FN is nothing, and we're not. We're. In this case, we're moving the deck chairs around on the Titanic, because theoretically, you're affecting somebody else who would have gotten that sale. That's the issue. So, in this case, and this is just the manufacturing.
So
I don't know. The manufacturing is the federal tax is pretty low on manufacturing. So the state we just get the 30 cents a gallon, and that's 30 cents a gallon. I mean, it's a very low tax rate.
Okay. I mean, I'm
All right.
confused.
Yes, Representative William.
Thank you for taking my question. Are there other New Hampshire Liquor Commission? Does it operate the same as other liquor commissions in other states, or are you unique, or how do you differ? How do we differ from other states? The commission.
Thank you for your question. We're considered a controlled alcohol state. And there's 18, I was going to say 17, but
Well,
18,
wasn't Maine? Maine was in and out, and Maine was.
18 other controlled alcohol states in the country, in the nation, that have similar structures to ours.
But they invite us to come show them how to do it.
I was going to say that, but didn't know how far to reach there. But yes, you're right.
Let me be
New Hampshire leads
Let
the
me
way.
be the one who says it.
Yes.
and from my whole state of Pennsylvania is when I remember as a kid, when you went into the state store would have one bottle of everything on the wall, and they had all these state employees whose job was you say, okay, this is what I want, and they would go in the back room and come out with that bottle for you. So there wasn't even self-serve back in the state liquor stores, but and that was in New Hampshire also, yeah. So, but times have changed. But we obviously take advantage of have leveraged it well with our bonded warehouse system and being the distributor. And there was some question when we allow wine into on and off premise the licensees that whether the on premise licensees would have gone through the commission, but that would be a problem. But obviously, it's wine is just, I would say wine is where we're least competitive against other states, and it probably because we allowed the distribution to change on that one. So, but that's a good question. We are unique. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, well, this was actually pretty good. I think we covered a lot of material here, and yes,
So I have a parliamentary question.
yes.
The introduction of a bill is a formal process.
Okay.
And we've heard 4 bills this morning, and I just want for the record, when were they introduced?
They were introduced by the departments, and we did them each one theoretically on time.
They
And
were
we
in-
have a card.
They were
we have a
introduced,
file,
they
we
were,
have-
the bills were introduced by the departments.
by the department. Yeah.
Thank,
And I talked to the House Clerk. He knows I do this, but that it just the fact that these bills are, my name is on them, but the fact is that they're really these are department bills.
the department wrote the bills.
Part of bills, and most of them they haven't do them here, but most of the times like when the insurance or banking, it'll say right on the bill by request of the department.
Let me just get this straight. The department writes the bills and then the department introduces the bills.
Correct.
And that's proper procedure.
I haven't been told that I can't do that.
Okay. Just checking.
So. Okay. Oh, and we do. And Scott Shire is opposed to the bill. Naturally. Okay. All right, so we're all set, and we get to do this a little more of this afternoon. Okay. All right. So we're adjourn. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. We have another card. I'm sorry. Ian Buckley, come on up. They get sidetracked. And Ian's in support of the bill. Yeah, it's on. You're on. Just hold it close to your face.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Ian Buckley. I'm the vice president of Michael Timothy's Dining Group. And I would just like to give a kind of a real world example of what this bill, a problem this bill is going to help fix. So like I said, I'm with Michael Timothy's Dining Group. We're a small independent restaurant group, operate a number of restaurants in southern New Hampshire, Surf Restaurant, Buckley's Great Steaks, Mike's Italian Kitchen, Buckley's Bakery Cafe. They're all located in the southern part of the state. Merrimack, Nashua, one in Portsmouth, and we actually have one location in northern Massachusetts as well. So our company employs just under 500 people, and I'll tell you just the quick version of the story as to how I came to be here with this bill. About 2 years ago, we purchased a building in Nashua with the hopes of opening a brew pub there. It's a large building, about 17,000 square feet. We were hoping to do about a 300-seat restaurant, as well as the brewery side of things, a 7-barrel system, so that we could brew our own beer and sell it on premise to our guests. So we bought the building, went to Liquor Commission, and realized that under the current rules, we were not allowed to open a brew pub because we hold the on-premise restaurant licenses at our 5 other locations. So we sat with Liquor Commission. We were told that we would be able to carry out our project by receiving a Nano Breweries license, as well as an on-premise restaurant license, holding 2 licenses that would accomplish the same thing, in essence, as having a brew pub license. I actually, just this morning on my way here, was told that there is a bill that's being put forth to eliminate the Nano Brewing license, which would...
On the Senate side, yeah.
Which would, in essence, stop us dead in our tracks, because currently we're still not allowed to apply for the brew pub license, which is hopefully what you folks are going to be able to work with us on. We're well under construction on that building at this point. Like I said, we bought it 2 years ago. We're about 3/4 of the way through our construction. We've spent about $12 million turning what was a Southern New Hampshire University building in Nashua into a restaurant and brewery. So we're in hopes of being completed on the construction phase within the next 2 to 3 months. And then at that point, we would be, we were planning on applying for a Nano Brewery and on-premise license, if that is still an option for us at that point. But it would be even more convenient for us as a company, for the inner workings of how it all comes together, to just be able to apply for that brew pub license. So that's kind of where we stand with that project. I mean, this building, we're hoping to employ close to 100 people at that location alone. We're thinking it's probably going to be between a $5.5 and $6.5 million a year building, which, again, the state receives that 8.5% rooms and meals tax on that $6 to $6.5 million. And without help on one side of this or the other, like I said, we're kind of dead in our tracks here after we've found a path forward, spent the money, and really invested the last 2 years of our company's time, energy, and money into doing something that I think is going to be, I'm hoping, is going to be a really special project in that area. It's something we're very excited about. And like I said, kind of, took the next step as a company by investing in this project. So that's where we stand. Don't know if there's any questions, but I just wanted to put that forth. Thank you.
Okay, we do have a question. Representative Spear from Nashua.
As a very long-time customer of Michael Timothy's and Surf, and I have eaten in your establishments once a week since you opened up. Anything that helps you serve good food, great food, the way you do, I'm for it.
Would you believe?
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
I can attest to that.
He probably has a coupon for you, so right.
All right. I do. No, I have gifts.
Representative Balea has a
No, I
question.
have gift certificates.
Gift
I certainly appreciate your restaurants and your hard work. So we'll attend the Senate hearing regarding the nano breweries, and they should not pass that bill to, get rid of nano breweries, because one reason would be you will lose a lot of money, and you make a lot of money for the state. So I'm determined to, assist in that way. And then this bill should pass. It's an easy one to pass. So, you should be on your way to opening up your restaurant when you need to.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. So just to wrap, I'm going to look up. The intent is what I was told of the nano bill is to try to streamline our Byzantine system. But that obviously, remember the other thing I said to you is that once we create something, it's very hard to get rid of it because you have invested interest. So yes, you would. I would be very surprised if that nano bill gets out of committee, because there'll be a lot of nano licensees who would like to keep their very special license.
And for as I understand it, for a majority of those nano licensees, they would still have the ability to just move into another license type.
That was the idea.
On the manufacturing side.
Because we've done that. We've done that with everybody else now. With wine and distilled, we have tiers.
But I don't have that ability because of the separate on-premise licenses.
Correct.
So eliminating the nano brewery on that side would, in essence, completely shut down my ability to complete this project.
We want to make sure you're able to go forward.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I don't know what it looks like. Okay. All right. Stay tuned to Nano after crossover. All right. I guess we're all set. We're going to close the hearing on 1380.
Did you say that bill already passed?
That's what he said.
Passed the Senate.
To get rid of nano brewery?
It's relative. That's the only.
Wow.
Yeah, Lang and Pearl. Yeah. Yeah, so what's the amendment?
This is the.
Yeah, it's amended by the same. Yeah, so, yeah, because you're getting rid of the nano
Knew it was coming.
Yeah. Well, so we're going to call the next public hearing to order. And this will be House Bill 1135 relative to the definition of specialty beer. And I see the sponsor, Representative Grill. Would you come to the mic and please introduce the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the honorable members of the committee. Nice to be back here for a second day in a row. So essentially, this bill came out of a discussion with some friends in the bar and restaurant industry who described some issues their vendors were having with just the confusion between the categories of different beer products, beer, specialty beer, and specialty beverage. So the aim of this bill initially was to sort of simplify that definition of specialty beer. Currently, the RSA defines a specialty beer as a beverage that has between 6 and 12% ABV, as well as other differentiating features such as added flavorings, herbs, spices, you name it. So the goal of this bill was to streamline that definition by reducing the lower bound ABV percentage to 0.5%, while keeping the other requirements in place. That being said, since filing this bill, I've since had additional conversations with experts from the Beer Distributors Association, as well as more recently the Liquor Commission, as well as members of this committee. And it seems that this change that I originally requested would create an overlap between some of these existing categories, which obviously would have unintended consequences that would go against the purpose of simplification. So with that in mind, while I do agree that there are some confusing elements within the current statute, I think that there is a lot of perceived gray area among vendors and distributors that should either be cleaned up or addressed in on the rules side of things. I think at this point, I would recommend in the work session, we would look into putting in either an amendment to avoid overlap between those categories, or if we learn through additional research that this would be more of a executive change needed versus legislative, recommend not moving forward with this bill. So in conclusion, definitely my co-sponsors and I had great intentions, but at this time I think it's probably not ready for prime time and we'll need to amend it or otherwise, fix it somehow. So with that in mind, I'll take some questions.
Any questions? Representative McAleer.
Thank you. I haven't ever seen a beer in New Hampshire at 12%. Is there such a thing now?
I have never purchased a beer like that myself. I'm sure there are brands that exist that do produce beers and beverages with that high an ABV percentage, but I don't see too many of them in stores. And I think as far as the market goes, there probably are fewer of those than, what you would expect from a PBR or Budweiser, Miller Lite type of beer. So it sounds pretty uncommon from my understanding.
Yeah, I actually didn't think they made beer at that percentage, but thank you.
And just clarification, the bill before us has just one change in language, and that's to change greater than 6% to greater than 0.05%. And so
Correct.
any other language is existing statute.
Correct. So it would look to reduce the, lower amount of alcohol. So you could have a beverage that, say, 5.4% fall under this category. Yes.
All right, I saw some hands over here first. Representative Burrows.
Thanks for taking my questions. Is one of the problems that you see with the bill the language that it says the beer shall possess the character and flavor of a beer, and then you have items that aren't normally identified with a beer, like chocolate, fruits, nuts, but that it's not okay to have a caffeinated beer? Is that one of the problems that you see?
That wasn't my original focus. My original focus was more some of the confusion that I'd seen in the marketplace with the amount of alcohol required to fall into this category versus the other categories. So it was more meant to sort of streamline that definition for vendors and distributors. However, I think that would be an interesting topic to address in future
Okay, thank you.
legislation.
All right, Representative Magoo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Grill, you use the example of 5.4%. This lowers it from 6 all the way down to 0.5, not 0.05, but 0.5. And I think that's, if I read this correctly, that's the only change to existing law that the bill as written is currently suggesting. Is that right? Just that.
Yes, just that change.
All the other
Everything else, all the other requirements would stay the
stuff,
same.
caffeinated, non-caffeinated, whatever, is already in there.
That's already law.
Correct.
That's right. Representative, follow up.
Follow up then. Who plans to sell beer with so little alcohol content? I mean, I guess I don't quite understand why they want to call it specialty beer. Like any alcohol equals specialty beer. Is that it?
I think these questions are highlighting some of the challenges that I look to address with this bill, along with my co-sponsors. There are some other categories that are very similar, and from my discussions with the Beer Distributors Association, from my understanding, a beverage that met all the other requirements of a specialty beer but was under 6% would either be classified as a beverage or just a beer. So there is similar elements between those categories. My intention was to, I guess, streamline the categorization rather than having more of these discrete categories. However, knowing that there are currently, several categories of beer and liquor in place, I want to avoid, as far as future amendments and future work goes, I want to avoid, creating an overlap which would just muddy the waters further.
Thank you. Representative Gibbs, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Just for clarity, the language in the bill about specialty beer has to have the character and flavor of a beer, but may have other flavorings such as fruits, chocolate, and so forth. That's already in the statute. That isn't new.
Yes, that is existing language.
Thank you.
All right, great. Any further questions? All right, and we have one more. Representative Post.
Would you believe that the beer that comes out of Belgium, which is very famous, does use 12% alcohol?
I am not a beer expert. However, I believe that there are producers of beer who are selling beer with that high a liquor content, and possibly many of them are Belgium. I know that's a big market for that for beer and related products.
So if I read current law says you can have up to 12%, and you can get approval from the commission for greater than 12%. So, all right. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And just one more thing. If you have an idea for an amendment, could you potentially work on that for our subcommittee? 'Cause it sounds like if there is no amendment that we should vote ITL on the bill. Is that?
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. And Representative Sullivan and I are working together on some thoughts we have for ways to clean this up. So we'll do more research and make more calls and get back to you with some recommended next steps.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other pick cards for 11:35?
Yep.
One more. Call Matthew Culper from the Liquor Commission. Matthew Culver from the Liquor Commission, please. Thank you.
His last name.
Oh, and Adrian.
Thank you, Representative, committee members. I'd be happy to discuss any questions that you might have and provide clarification on anything in the bill that.
So I have a question.
Certainly.
The previous speaker mentioned that it causes confusion in the categories. Could you just elaborate on what kind of confusion it causes?
Certainly. There's three main definitions in RSA 175-1 pertaining to beverages that we typically approve. There's beverage, which is an alcohol concentration of 6 to 8%, generally speaking, specialty beverage, and specialty beer. Specialty beer is what is in question now, to reduce that to 0.5%. If that were to pass proposed legislation, you just made a specialty beer a beverage. There would be no reason to have the specialty beer. It's overlapping definitions. So you're changing one and affecting the other. And that is what was trying to be explained. These are three main categories of definitions. That's how we approve products on those definitions alone.
So specialty beverage can have up to 6% alcohol, is that correct?
Specialty beverage is 6 to 8%, but specialty beverage is different than specialty beer.
Did you have something, Adrian?
Oh, excuse me, sir. It just has something to do with the process of manufacturing. The specialty beverages are oftentimes some of the products that were coming to market. You know, the seltzers, the products that had different flavorings, et cetera. So a few years ago in the Senate, the bill was brought forward to create a category of specialty beverage, which, as the lieutenant has said, categorizes the product. So when the product comes in to the commission for approval, it's reviewed, what's the alcohol content, and then it's dropped into the category for the particular product type, so that it can be categorized and then moved forward.
Okay. You have a question, Representative Walsh?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you just define again, because you had originally said beverage was 6 to 8, and then you just said specialty beverage was 6 to 8. So then what's the difference between a beverage and a specialty beverage if it's not the alcohol content?
A beverage is 0.5%, half of 1% to 6%.
Okay.
A specialty beer is 6% to 12%. And a specialty beverage is 6 to 8% with further restrictions. A single serve container not to exceed 16 ounces. It has to be liquor or wine based, so on and so forth. So these are all specific definitions that live in RSA 175.1.
Follow up. Thank you. So this bill is literally to change it to 1.1%, because you said it's currently 0.6 to 12, and it's going to go from
Right,
to
it's going to
0.5.
lower the specialty beer
Yeah, specialty beer.
definition from 6% down to a half of 1%.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you. So maybe you could just help like educate me as a co-sponsor who was just trying to make things a little bit simpler to, and the rest of the committee, what is the logic behind all these different categories? Like there's got to be a reason why we've created them, but the creation of them definitely at some levels created confusion. The fact that people here don't understand why we have the different categories. Maybe you can help us understand that a little bit.
Thank you, Representative. I will certainly try to do that.
I mean, and I'm happy to maybe meet with you separately. Maybe now's not the best venue, but
Well,
there's a lot of
very
confusion
simply
here, so.
put, let's take the specialty beverage, which is the last type of beverage that we saw in the market. It's the RTDs, right? The ready-to-drink cocktails.
Mhm.
So as the industry changes, so do the requirements for these definitions. They're a little bit different than what the existing definitions already are. So new definitions are made in order for these products to be approved and brought into the state for a retail sale. So I think that's the best explanation that I can give on that. You know, as the industry changes, as these products change, the statutes are changing, the definitions are changing.
Follow up.
Follow up.
So I guess my knee-jerk reaction or gut instinct tells me that there's some, I mean, is the objective at some levels to collect revenue, and you have to figure out where to bucket that revenue, because I know beer is treated differently than, say, a spirit, right? So would it make sense, or can you see a world where we would have just sort of one category based on alcohol volume, and that's it? And I understand that beer is treated differently now. It's so like, but like I wonder if they maybe it could be two categories, something that isn't considered a spirit, and then we could just have like one or two categories that are just based on alcohol volume. Because it seems to me like, yeah, there's going to be all sorts of innovation that comes across from the market, whether it's pre-mixed seltzers or pre-mixed margaritas or whatever, but also different types of beers that come up that have, like, in this thing there's like flavors of coffee and all those sorts of things. It just seems like there's an infinite potential number of categories we could have, and that's, I think, is what we were trying to get at, and we didn't realize the can of worms were opening. But I don't know if you have any insight, or perhaps you and I could meet sometime to discuss this, because this is something I do care about,
Right.
and I realize that this isn't really ready for what we're trying to do. But
Certainly, and thank you for that, Representative. I think you are right in saying that it does open up a can of worms. Title 13 is very much so interwoven in changing one aspect of any statute or definition directly affects several others. But if you would like to meet offline, I would certainly entertain and offer my feedback on simplifying this. That's certainly been our intentions as well in the last several years.
All right, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm afraid I'm more confused now than I was before you started. You mentioned three categories. The first one having alcohol 0.5% to 6%. The second one 6% to 8%, and the third one 6% to 12%. Did I have that right?
That's correct.
But there are a lot of alcoholic beverages that we would consider liquor or spirits that have alcohol percentages substantially higher than 12%. So are these categories only beer type beverages, and are those liquor or spirit beverages in a totally different set of categories?
Thank you for your question, Representative. My name is Aidan Moore. I'm the legal coordinator for the State Liquor Commission. And I first want to commend Matt for doing an excellent job of explaining a lot of the legislation that's come before today. He's really done a fabulous job. Alcohol gets into the marketplace based upon how it is categorized. So some of the definitions that are part of this, you can well imagine many years ago, what is a beer? Well, it's beer. It's not, it's how it's manufactured, what's the ingredients. And as the marketplace has started to change, some of the formulations have changed. And you've seen in this definition, for example, the reference to herbs and fruits and nuts and things like that, which usually that was not many years ago how beer was made. It was made with hops, and it's kind of a traditional recipe of sorts. So depending upon how the product is classified, as the lieutenant has stated, product comes into the commission, they want it approved for sale in the state. And as a part of that, there's some type of a lab analysis that comes in and says, this is what the alcohol content is. Based upon that, it is dropped into the category, is it a beverage or a beer? 0.5% to 6%. Is it still a beer, but the alcohol content is higher? And as a result, it becomes the request for a specialty beer. And then you have this other category, which was established a few years ago, which was a specialty beverage. And the beverage has to do with the manufacturing ingredients. And that has a lot to drive. So, for example, if you go to the next level beyond just beverage, you can look at wine. You can look at table wine. Table wine goes up to 15.5%. Then you have fortified wine. But a lot of this has to do with where the product moves into the marketplace. So Mr. Shire, whose members are wholesalers, would distribute beer or anything under 6% alcohol by volume. a specialty beer because of what it is, they would also distribute that. Specialty beverages now has the ability to be distributed by the wholesalers, but also sold by the Liquor Commission. And the Liquor Commission, of course, is the wholesaler of wine in the state to other retailers and the exclusive agent for spirits. So,
Further question?
Further question.
Thank you. But what is the category for wine that is 15% alcohol, and what is the category for spirits that are, say, 20% alcohol?
15% alcohol wine would be a table wine. That's how it would be categorized in the statute. The statute speaks to a definition in 175.1, defines table wines. The product that is 20% would be by virtue of its alcohol content, would become something that the commission would distribute. It would be classified as wine or a spirit, and then moved into the marketplace through the commission's distribution network.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Just one question about any beers that are over 12%, are they distributed strictly by the Liquor Commission instead of through distributors? Because I know there are some beers that are over 12%, you can't get them in New Hampshire.
Representative, thank you. I'm not aware that the commission is selling some of those products, but if there was a product that was to come into the marketplace and have the characteristics of a beverage, beer, in the way it's produced, and its content was over 12% and not able to be identified as a specialty beer, then the distribution would come through the Liquor Commission.
Sam Adams has one that's 28%.
Then that would be sold in the state liquor stores.
All right. Thank you, Representative Grassi. And I appreciate the spirit of this bill, which is to simplify, potentially simplify the statutes because they're easier to enforce and for the public to understand. So maybe there's something we can move forward on. Find out. All right. Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else would like to testify on this legislation? All right. We'll close the hearing. And 1321 will start at 1:45.
Hillsborough 39, which is Manchester's wards 6, 8, and 9, or as I like to call it, the Fightin' South End. I'm here to introduce HB 1321, which pertains to the stickers we currently require be put onto kegs. So party on. I'm going to try to get these stickers off. Basically, what happens is when you buy a keg over 7 gallons, in order to sell those, the seller has to go to a liquor store. The actual brewer has to go to a liquor store, get the stickers, the tags, if you will, from the liquor commission. Then they have to go and they have to put the customer's personal identifying information on that tag, place it onto the keg, and then log it into the liquor commission's system. Keep everything in triplicate copy, all for the purpose of preventing the sale and possession of alcohol to minors. So in the 20 years that this system has been in place, there has been a grand total of 0 times that they have actually stopped a minor from doing this. The Liquor Commission here, I believe, they will testify that it's time to kind of just move on, and this is one of those easy things that we can do. They can damage the kegs in the long term. They're hard to come off. The term that is given to me by my constituents is it's like super glue trying to get it off, so they have to like power wash it. It's wild. But this is not my area of expertise, so I won't be taking questions. I'm going to do what I hate when people do when I'm chair, and I'm going to totally not answer your questions, but there are plenty of people behind me that will be happy to answer your questions. So thank you guys so much.
Any questions?
That I won't be taking.
Thank you, Representative
Oh,
Barrett.
I'm sorry. I should say I have an amendment that actually tries. I apologize. I do have an amendment in front of you guys. 2024-0123H. I'm lucky to get that number. That actually kind of fixes what we were trying to do originally, but didn't quite make it out of OLS in time. So while I can't speak to the amendment because that would be inappropriate, I do hope the committee will look at the amendment because that's what we were trying to do, and maybe save you some time if you decide that this is worth your efforts. So thanks, guys, so much.
Thank you, Representative. I'm sure the amendment will come up in our subcommittee. Okay, anyone else want to speak on? How did I not know? Thanks, Aiden. Okay, Aiden Moore and Matthew Culver from the Liquor Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, my name is Aiden Moore, Legal Coordinator for the Liquor Commission. We just wanted to speak briefly to a little bit of the history of the keg label process in case you were interested before you make a decision to repeal it. We can tell you why it was put in place. I happened to be the chief of enforcement when I wrote this bill. So I guess it's good that I'm here when it might be repealed.
Very useful.
Very helps. As you know, underage drinking and public safety are an extremely important part of the Commission's function, especially with the Division of Enforcement. The intent was looking at some of the best practices that existed around the country back when the bill was brought, back in the 90s. That keg registration was a promising enforcement process and deterrent for those people who would go and buy keg beer and provide it to minors. So you may or may not have had in your community a case where there's a house party and the police come and there are a number of young people there, and it may have been that the only thing that was remnant left there was the keg. And the question always was, who owns the keg? Where did the keg come from? Who bought it? Because if you buy alcohol for a minor, that's a crime. And as a result, law enforcement needed to be able to have tools to investigate and trace back the process to where this product came from. We worked with the industry to try to, I'm not sure when, I hear the story about glue, because the glue was a big issue when we passed this law. And we went to the industry itself and said, you put you're the beverage manufacturers. You put tags on your kegs, right? You scrub them off when they come in and you go, yeah. I said, well, what do you put that on with? Well, with glue. Well, we'll use the same glue you use because that way it will all come off. Everything will come off at the same time. So that's been the practice, is to use the same glue that the industry uses to adhere the tags and to remove the tags. I think Lieutenant Culver can speak to the cost of the program and what it may do if this is repealed to remove some of the responsibilities from the commission and save a little time. But we still are obviously concerned to make sure that law enforcement has the ability to have all the tools necessary to try to enforce this very important function of public safety and trying to keep minors from consuming alcohol and the unfortunate tragedies that often occur after that. Would you like to say anything, Matt?
Thank you, committee members. And certainly, Mr. Moore is absolutely correct. The Division of Enforcement takes underage drinking very seriously, and wouldn't be recommending anything that would jeopardize that aspect of the laws. To provide some clarity on the testimony that was provided by the bill sponsor, it is true that we've had very little reports of any incidents being solved by these keg tags. A few, if any, in the time that I've been with the Liquor Commission or as a law enforcement officer. One of the first things that typically is done when a keg is purchased is what? You put it in a barrel of ice, correct? And the keg tag is usually not very well preserved after spending hours in a bucket of ice. They are very expensive. The keg tags, our last order of the keg tags is somewhere around $8,700 for 1,000 cases of keg tags. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. We do have administrative rule in existence on this. It's Liquor Rule 506, 06, and that's pursuant to the current statute that authorizes the administrative rule to be there. Thank you.
Representative?
So what is your position? Like, do you think that this is something that we should try to keep, or is this something that you're like, yeah, let's move on? It wasn't clear from what you just said.
I appreciate that, Representative. I believe the commission as a whole will remain neutral on this bill. However, I do believe that the intent of this bill, the practices that we've seen with the intent of this protecting has moved beyond that. In that
It's not effective right now, basically.
right, it's not effective anymore. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to figure out the difference between the original bill and the amendment. And the only things that I can see are the amendment adds the words, the differences are in the definition of keg. And the amendment adds the words refillable, which makes perfect sense. No question about that. And then changes just at the end of the definition, 7 gallons to 64 fluid ounces, which is half a gallon. And is that intentional? Change from 7 gallons to half a gallon?
Thank you, Representative. I don't have a copy of the current amendment. I believe that was just.
Well, the sponsor didn't want to take questions, so I have to ask somebody.
From 7 gallons to 64 ounces. Fluid ounces.
Okay, looking at line 9 of the original bill and line 8 of the amendment.
I believe.
Representative, I think this bill sponsor may best be able to answer this. The way I see this is that the change in this is refillable and changing 7 gallons to 64 fluid ounces, and I don't know why that was done. If
Sorry, is the sponsor willing to take the question?
I, let me get my point in here. I think technically, the bill as introduced is what we can talk about today. The amendment we'll be talking about in the liquor subcommittee.
Thank you, Representative.
Any more questions? Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. I think Kristen Neves from Tuckerman's. I have been there. Up in, above North Conway, Tuckerman Brewery.
On the Route 16 side?
Hi. So I'm Kirsten Neves. I'm co-founder and owner of Tuckerman Brewing Company, and I'm also president of the New Hampshire Brewers Association. And I can speak to the scrap metal piece of this, the amendment as well. When we proposed the bill to get rid of the RSA involving the keg registration tags, it was linked to the scrap metal RSA. And when we looked at that, it had the definition of a keg as over 7 gallons, but a lot of us sell 5-gallon kegs too. So seeing as it was already being looked at, we asked that it be changed to a smaller volume.
Thank you.
Okay.
But my name's Kirsten Neves, and I'm here in support of this bill. We've been selling kegs for many years at our brewery since we opened in '98, and we've had to fill out a lot of these keg tags over the years. And it seems like whenever anybody wants to purchase a keg, it's at our busiest times on a Saturday afternoon, and it takes a fair amount of time for the customer to fill out the information. And then also another part of the problem for us is that we have to get the keg books at the liquor store. And when we go to the liquor store, they don't do a lot of the keg registration tags for retailers like us. So there's a lot of confusion as to how to issue them to us. And it's kind of a lengthy process of checking them out and registering the books. So it takes some time. And in fact, our manager was at the liquor store in Conway yesterday and got turned away after spending about a half hour there as people tried to figure out how to issue the keg tag books to us. So that takes a fair amount of time. And also, the Liquor Commission comes to the brewery multiple times a year to do audits of our records. And when they do that, they have to go through the registration books page by page, make sure that they were filled out correctly. So that takes a lot of extra time for both us and the auditors to go through. And then as people have mentioned before about the glue, the Liquor Commission should be applauded for finding the supplier on these things, because the glue on them is super strength and you cannot get it off. So we spend like many hours trying to soak them and scrub them and scrape them off of the kegs, and it's really hard to get them off. And it has a lot of the customer's personal information on there, so it seems like a security kind of breach to the people's personal information to have them on there. But yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions as well.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you very much. Did you submit your testimony to the committee?
No, I did not.
Would you be able to do that?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Oh, raise your hand.
Well, I just tapped you.
Okay. Representative Hebert.
My question is, I'm pretty naive about this, but we went from 7 gallons to a half a gallon?
Oh, 4 gallons.
4 gallons? What was the size?
64 ounces, I think.
16, 30, yeah, 4 gallons.
Half a gallon.
4 gallons. So you've got a smaller keg, and if this legislation were to be passed, you wouldn't have, I'm just curious. Just need to know that, do you need to have some sort of record of this? I mean,
So
a
the change
tag?
the change of the volume was related to this scrap metal RSA, which asks like a scrap metal company if they find a brewery's keg not to just scrap it for the metal value, because the kegs are very expensive for the breweries. They're $150 for a full size keg, and even a 5-gallon keg costs over $100. So there was an RSA that was added many years ago to try to get the scrap metal suppliers to contact the breweries if they got any in. So unfortunately, in order to get rid of the keg registration tags, it's tied legislatively to the scrap metal RSA. So that's why this amendment is coming up.
If the amendment passes and all this, you're going to have more sales of kegs probably because they're smaller?
No, we already sell the smaller kegs now. In fact, the majority of the kegs that we sell are 5.17 gallons. But for some reason, the keg registration tags are only required for the full size keg, which is 15.5 gallons. So that's another thing with the keg registration tags that doesn't make sense, is that the volume that people actually want, which is a smaller size keg, they don't even require a tag for. So, and I should have mentioned earlier, the first thing that we do when we sell beer of any package size is ID somebody and make sure they're of age. So the keg registration tags are sort of redundant and also just a lot of time and energy for everybody.
So, further question is so you have a system of recording how many of these kegs you sold and to whom?
So right now, through for the keg registration tags, we have to record a person's name and address.
No, forget the tag. I'm just wondering if you
But
have
in general, if we didn't have the tags, we wouldn't necessarily have a record of who we sold beer to, other than the information on the POS system. If they paid with a credit card, we would have that information, but not with cash. But 95% of our customers pay with credit cards now, so we do have some record there.
But you check how old they are. I mean,
Yeah.
how-
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Any question? Representative Gibb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be sure we're all on the same page and everything makes sense. 64 fluid ounces is half a gallon. Was that intentional? Half a gallon?
Yeah, the intent was just to move it down to a very small size. That's not an actual, I mean, that's not really a keg size that anybody uses, but I think the intention was just to reduce it to something really small, just so that we would be contacted if any refillable container showed up at a scrapyard in the state.
Thank you.
I have a question. So for the full-size kegs, you do have to have the records. For the mini kegs, you don't.
That's correct.
So if I walked in, instead of getting one of these humongous guys, I picked up 4 small kegs, which was more than this. As long as I show 21, I can take them away.
Yep, that's correct.
And
Yeah.
you don't. Well, I'm inviting you too. And also, second question. Can you not get these tags that for the big guys in advance from the Conway State Store instead of having to go down? Oh, I need 2 tags today. I need 3 tags tomorrow. Can't you get a stack of like 20?
They don't usually have 20 on hand, but we do usually go and try to get at least 4 or 5 booklets at a time. So we don't have to run to the liquor store every single time we sell a keg, but we have to fill out the tag and the information. I also brought one with me if you guys want to see it at
So
all.
this is a state logistics problem, that they don't have a quantity of these in our high recreation areas where you will typically find these folks enjoying our spirits.
Well, Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think they really serve a purpose because we're carding everybody for any package size anyway. And the smaller kegs, like you said, you can buy 3, what we call a log, because it's tall and narrow. So you can buy 3 logs. It's the same volume as 1 half barrel keg. It's easier to move around. You can get a variety of different beers. So most people go in that route. A lot of the consumers that purchase kegs from us are regulars that have kegerators in their house, and a lot of them
Yeah.
like to have a variety of beers. So many of them purchase the smaller kegs, and there is not the requirement for the registration tag. But when we do have somebody that wants one, then we have to go through those extra efforts, and it's pretty time consuming.
Okay, thank you very much. Any more questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we're adjourned from 13:21. At 2:15, we'll take up 13:34.
John, is that, oh, that's much better. Thank you, AV people. Check, 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 check.
All right, 30 seconds. This one? Does this sound better? Oh. Okay, yeah, that makes it easier because I got this laptop. All right. Call the hearing for House Bill 1334 to order. And the title is Relative to the Sale of Beer in Refillable Containers. And we have the prime sponsor here, Representative Turcotte.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, members of Commerce. My name is Representative Len Turcotte. I represent the towns of Barrington and Stratford in Stratford County District 4, fourth term rep, and currently serve as chairman of the House Municipal and County Government Committee. I am here today as a prime sponsor on HB 1334, which is relative to the sale of beer in refillable containers. I'm going to it's a very quick, easy, short bill, so I'm going to read the one new paragraph. And it says, where a licensee is authorized the retail sale of beer in a refillable container, such licensee, at his discretion, may fill such refillable container with his product, regardless of the branding on the refillable container. I'll note that one important word in here is the sale of beer. This is only regarding beer. It's not any beverages. When I first brought my wording to the OLS, they made it similar to a previous bill that I'm going to talk about, which was any beverage. This is specifically for beer. So the reason for this today is really to clarify. As I said back in 2001, for anybody who was on this committee, Representative Prime Sponsor had introduced HB 403. During that testimony, which I went back and reviewed, an attorney from the Liquor Commission, when he testified, said that bill was not needed because it was already permitted. Although it didn't specifically say within the RSA that was permitted, he said there's nothing that prevented a brewer from actually refilling a growler with his beer, even though it said something different on it. And for those of you who do not know what a growler is, I'm not allowed to show props here, but after no, there are no growlers on there. but I do have a couple from my vast collection with me that I'd be happy to show you after the hearing. So anyway, as I was saying, back on that bill, the liquor commissioner, the attorney from the liquor commissioner said that there was no prohibition against it. So Representative Prout at the end of the hearing said, well, I guess we don't really need to do this, and they dropped it. Well, the problem with that was we had contradictions going forward. Contradictions and lacks of clarification. I'm going to give you 2 examples of that, and then you will hear actually from one microbrewer. He'll be testifying here shortly to the second one I'll mention briefly. The first one is my local brewer, as an example, and I've asked others as I've traveled around. They just simply don't think they're allowed to do it. You know, I brought in a growler one time to my local brewer, Topwater Brewing in Barrington. I said, hey, do you have any growlers? I'd like to buy one. No, we're out of them. I said, can you fill one of my growlers? Oh, no, we can't do that. I said, there's nothing that prevents that. He goes, yeah, I know we'd like to, but there's nothing that says we can. Okay. The second issue was, although we had on tape from HB 403, the attorney from the Liquor Commission saying there is no prohibition, and you'll hear from our brewer who's going to testify here shortly, that in fact the liquor inspector told him, no, you can't do that. So we're having conflicting counsel from different individuals within the Liquor Commission. So this bill here is simply meant to clarify and delineate once and for all. There's no prohibition against it. Now, what I passed out in front of you is, as I was preparing this bill in my travels, my favorite pastime is visiting microbreweries. And what you have in front of you is what I would consider misbranding. I'm not opposed to it because I don't think it really matters, but it's a great example of what I would consider misbranding. And if you look in the first picture, that was a beer I got at Pepper's Landing in Rochester. And I ordered a Stoneface Brewing IPA, which is made down in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. So the Stoneface came in a pint glass that didn't say Stoneface Brewing on it. Again, happens all the time. Not opposed to it. Doesn't matter to me. The second one you'll see is a Shipyard Brewing glass from Portland, Maine. And they make okay beers, to be honest. But what I have in there is a Litherman's Brewing Misguided Angel IPA. Litherman's is down in the south side of Concord here. So we have a Litherman's Brewing IPA being served in a Shipyard glass at Tandy's across the street. Again, who cares, right? The last one I have is my favorite. I have an Escape Brewing Company. This was actually taken down. I took this picture in Florida. I have what they call an other West Coast IPA served in, of all things, a Bud Light glass. And again, doesn't matter to me. I don't care what I'm drinking out of. Just like I don't care when I take one of my growlers and go to Topwater Brewing if it says Alcatraz Brewing on it. I don't care what it says on the bottle. What I care is what comes out of it. And I would contend that, in fact, a brewer using a growler at a microbrewer with a different name on it, is you're getting a much better idea of what's actually going in, because for anybody who's not familiar with it, you take your growler, you go up to the microbrewer, he fills it in front of you, you see what's going in. Normally they'll throw a tag on it telling you what it is, and you go home. When you order a beer in a restaurant, most of the time you're not even close to where you're sitting, where they pour the beer. So in actuality, when I order Stoneface IPA at Pepper's Landing, I don't know if I'm really getting a Stoneface IPA, whereas with a growler, in fact, that's what I'm getting, what I'm asking for. The last point before I close up here was kind of along the lines of what I was just saying there, and that is the purchaser, when you use a growler, the purchaser knows what he's getting because he can see it, and the seller knows what he's putting in there. So, as I said, this is meant to clarify what the attorney for House Bill 403 in 2021 said, that there is no prohibition against it. So we're just putting that into the RSA. So there is no interpretation issues for the brewers out there. We think it makes sense. It's very simple. And again, when we're done this hearing, anybody who doesn't know what a growler is, I'd be happy to show you what it is. So I'll take any questions anybody may have at this point.
Representative Post, I saw your hand first. Would you ask your question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So here it says may fill such a refillable container. That gives them the discretion to not pour you into a separate container because perhaps they want to sell it to you. Is that a situation?
That's exactly right. It's a key line at their sole, his sole discretion. So if I take my Alcatraz brewing growler into my Topwater brewing and I go, hey, give me one of your IPAs, and I show him the Alcatraz, he goes, no, I don't want to fill that. This bill says that's his option. There's nothing that forces him to do it, but allows him to it. And I can almost guarantee with 100% certainty that the microbrewer is going to be more than happy to fill whatever growler you bring in with his product.
Sure profit.
Representative Spears.
Thank you. I don't know anything about this. I've never drunk beer, so I don't know anything about it. But would it ever be a case where Bud Light or Anheuser-Busch would not want you to put someone else's beer in a glass that they sold, assuming that it was going to be for a Bud Light, I guess?
I can't answer that question because I don't know what Anheuser-Busch thinks about doing with their glasses, you know, in restaurants and bars. I would imagine they probably don't care either because they're getting the advertising on their glass. I know for a fact that I travel the country and the world. I've got glasses and from all over the place. And these are just a small sample of what I've seen. You know, I've had IPAs of one company in an IPA glass of another company. I mean, it really, who cares?
It's just an advertising thing for them.
Yeah, I would say.
Okay.
I don't know, but I would say, yeah.
So just a clarification, this bill isn't about glasses, it's about growlers.
Refillable containers, growlers, again, which I will be glad to hold up when I'm not sitting at this.
So the glasses was just an example of the different beers being put, and we have to take your word for it that the beer in the glass is actually what you
You would have to take my word for
There's
that,
no
but
physical
I
proof
can guarantee you there wouldn't be, in any of those pictures, there would be nothing other than an IPA in those glasses. That I can guarantee.
I do understand that, but growlers also have advertising on them.
So does Bud Light or Anheuser-Busch, do they have growlers with?
That's a
labeling
good
on?
question. I've never seen one, only because they're sort of more of the mass producers, you know, cans and bottles is where they put out their stuff. I've never seen a growler. Somebody who's going to testify might be able to clarify that, but I've never seen one. It's usually the small microbreweries that have the growlers.
Any follow-up? Good. All right, any other questions? Representative Magoo.
Thanks for bringing this up. Just a quick question. Do we have a definition of a refillable container? I was just trying to find it in statute. And the part B of that is it supposed to have a method of closure, a cap, cork, lid, some kind?
The bill that I'm put forth is basically for growlers. Is there a cap? Yes. And again, once I leave here, I will be gladly holding up examples of growlers, and you will see that they have caps on them. There are other containers microbreweries use, but they're the other one is called a crowler, and that is a smaller unit, but it's actually a unit that they can right at their own place. Refillable. A growler is an example of a refillable container. I'm sure they have smaller variations, but in general, it's definitely capped, yes.
Follow.
Thanks. My follow-up is, I guess, as I read it as written, without a specific definition that says a method of closure, then all of these glasses do apply. The glasses that the distributors provide for free to the licensees so that they'll use them for advertising.
No, I don't think so. Just because of the, I think I have it here. The section that it's talking about, I printed out everything and left it on my wife's printer. I do not believe that's the case. It could be interpreted that way, maybe, but I'd
Okay.
have to get back into the RSA again. I left that on my wife's printer.
Representative Post?
Would you believe that Budweiser has a beer garden growler in several sizes?
Would I believe? Possibly. I do know that the big beer companies have bought up a lot of not microbreweries, but bigger microbreweries. I've been to several down in Virginia. So maybe indirectly, but I don't know.
And just to follow up on Representative Post's question, who owns the growler once it's in someone's possession? Is it
The growler is normally provided initially from the microbrewery, the seller. The person who buys the beer in the growler purchases the growler, and then the growler belongs to that individual from then on. That's why I have a cupboard full of them.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And next up, we have Rob Collins, and he's representing himself from Brookfield. And he asked for 3 minutes. You want to just pass out you can just hand it to Representative Grassi there. And you're supporting the bill.
That is correct. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of HB 1334. My name is Rob Collins. I live at 260 Stoneham Road in Brookfield. My wife, Catherine, and I own and operate.
Close to you, so
Thank you. Is that better? Okay. My wife, Catherine, and I own and operate Frost Eve Brewery in Brookfield. We have held a New Hampshire Liquor Commission nano brewery license since November 2021. Frost Eve is a small brewery. Our entire facility is 850 square feet, which houses our tasting room, restroom, storage, and beer production. We produce approximately 50 barrels of beer in 2023. All beer that we produce is poured in the tasting room. We do not package any of our beers in cans or bottles. Refillable containers, also known as growlers, are important to our business model. During December 2023, just last month, 1/3 of the beer we sold was delivered in growlers. Growlers provide a low-cost option for our customers to take our beer home with them to consume at times when we are not open. Growlers are much lower cost than cans, which require a can, lid, label, labor to fill, seal, and label the can, and storage for both empty and filled cans. Canning literally does not fit in our building nor our business model. Many of our customers already have several branded growlers from other local breweries, and they would like us to fill them with Frost Eve beer. I was explicitly told by the New Hampshire Liquor Commission that we are not permitted to do so. James Barbuti, on March 4th, 2022, in an email said, quote, "It is misbranding by putting your beer into someone else's growler," end quote. And he referenced New Hampshire RSA 175:2, adulteration or misbranding. I will note that we are required to affix an approved label with our brewery name to any unbranded growler that we fill, and presumably would likewise be required to do so for any other branded growler if we were allowed. To me, the concern that a consumer is likely to be confused about what beer is in their growler seems overblown at best. The consumer owns the growler. They washed the growler. They brought it to Frost Eve Brewery to be filled. They watched me fill it. I attached a label that says the beer is from Frosty Brewery, and they take the growler home. I can't imagine that there is any cause for confusion. This definitely does not seem like an example of misbranding. In any restaurant in New Hampshire licensed by the same liquor commission, you can order a pint of Bud and wind up with it delivered in a Miller branded glass. Nobody's confused about what beer is in the glass. There is no rule against this, nor should there be. The federal regulators, specifically the TTB, have a couple dozen pages of regulations around every aspect of what must be or may be on a beer label, along with an exhaustive process for label approvals. How many pages of regulations does the TTB have on growlers? 0. They treat it as if it was a big serving glass, and they have no regulations about that at all. They're extremely concerned about customer confusion on can or bottle labels, but have no concerns about it, about a container that is filled on demand for the consumer. Allowing breweries to fill a customer's growler, regardless of branding, is good for the breweries, good for the customers, and good for our state. By removing barriers to customers purchasing our beer, you will help increase beer sales and increase the state's collection of the associated excise tax of 30 cents a gallon. In addition, enabling additional reuse of existing growlers is good for the environment and saves the customer from having to purchase and store yet another growler. I urge you to support this common sense measure. It is a small but meaningful way to support New Hampshire's thriving craft beer economy. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Collins, for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? I have one for you, if you don't mind. When a customer hands you a growler that they brought in, what kind of check do you do on that container to make sure it doesn't have other liquid in it, or it's dirty, or?
So I remove the lid. Usually it comes in with a lid screwed on. I unscrew the lid. I will look in it. If there's any liquid in there, which is there often is because they probably just washed it, I'll pour out any excess liquid. If it looks dirty, I'm going to call it to their attention, and usually it happens occasionally that somebody will bring in a dirty growler, and I call it to their attention, and we generally don't fill it because it's who wants moldy beer, right?
And that would be
but it's
your
theirs,
discretion.
and it would be my discretion. I mean, I'm not going to pour my beer into a moldy container, right? It's just why would I do that to my beer, right? If it's quiet, I'll wash it. If it's busy, I won't.
Great, thanks, Rance. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And your printed copy will go in the file for this bill.
Thank you.
All right, and we'll call Chief Armaganian up. Matt Culver and Aiden Moore, we're going to triple team it. Oh, he left, okay. And from the New Hampshire Liquor Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable committee members, again, for the record, Mark Armaganian, Chief of Enforcement for the Liquor Commission. With me today, as you have heard several times, Lieutenant Matt Culver, who's our Commander of Administration, Auditing, Direct Shipping, Licensing, and wears about 6 other hats too that we'll add to it at some point. I think from informal conversations that we have had here, conversations that I have had with the representative, I won't disagree with anything there, other than there was probably some misinformation that was put out back in the day. Mr. Barbuti isn't with us for a couple of years now. Matt can speak more toward the auditing side. I think over COVID, HHS had a standard they put out about not refilling bottles. But one thing we don't want to see is this, as Mr. Chairman, as you and I have spoken about, is this interrupting the spirit side of the house. So the placement of where this is would be critical, and we can talk about where this does sit in the statute. The word growler isn't defined. Refillable containers is. So as you all know, we're in a committee that everything is defined, and if it isn't, it doesn't exist. So, so that would be our only standing in this is how this is placed in the statute. And I'll leave the rest for Matt to talk about.
Thank you, Chief. Chairman and committee members, this is an amendment to 17940 paragraph. It is inserting a new paragraph, paragraph 3. And the existing 17940 paragraph 2 states no licensee shall refill any bottle of legally purchased beverage or liquor. And then paragraph 3 would be this change. So our recommendation would be in paragraph 3 to say notwithstanding paragraph 2. So you're providing that delineation and not a contradiction to 2 paragraphs. Paragraph 2 obviously is for the refilling of liquor bottles using the liter bottles to the 750 milliliter at the wells and restaurants, the refilling of those brands. Other than that, I appreciate the presentation by the co-sponsor and our licensee.
So
I hope this is good for them.
Great, thank you. I'm just trying to follow along with what your previous statement was. So I think sometimes an unscrupulous bar owner could refill a container. At the end of the night, they could refill it with that particular brand or some other brand. Is that what the existing statutes partly why it's
For liquor purposes?
Yeah, for liquor purposes.
Yes,
right.
that's exactly, and that's a common practice amongst licensees. It's something that we do watch out for and try to educate our licensees on that's not allowable. And like the testimony that was provided earlier, there's also the substitution of brands, right? So you're filling a
top shelf bottle with
exactly
a bottom shelf vodka or something.
Yep.
Bud Light.
Yeah. All right, great.
Yep.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Magoo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, do either of you guys know what that definition of refillable container is? I still couldn't find it. I was just browsing through 179. Does it have a cap?
I believe it's actually mentioned as suitable container. The statute is escaping me.
I couldn't find it in 179.
We can research that for you. And so you're the security cap on top, or the closure cap you're speaking of, Representative, or
Further question, if you don't mind.
Further question.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we need to make it include that so people don't want to just bring in their own glasses, which maybe we don't object to that. It's fine with me. But I'm
I
not
believe
sure bar owners.
Thank you, Representative. I believe it might be worth discussing the possibility of creating a definition for a growler.
We
to
can do
make
that
that easy.
subcommittee.
Right. But you said it was already there, so I just wanted to read it.
All right, I just did a quick search on refillable container and RSAs. I got 0 results, so maybe, yeah.
Is suitable container, I believe, it's
Suitable?
suitable should be there
Sure.
somewhere.
And if I can't find it now, we'll do it later. All right. That had 9 hits. So in different beverage licenses, there's a suitable container definition.
Yep.
All right. Any other questions? And so just to recap, it sounds like it's a workable bill. It may need an amendment or 2, one amendment with 1 or 2 changes.
Absolutely.
And it'll fit in that statute, but it doesn't need to contradict it. Right?
Correct.
Right. Cool. All right. Excellent. Anyone else would like to testify on this bill? And if not, seeing none, we'll close the hearing on House Bill 1334. We're done. We're back here Tuesday at 10 a.m.
Tuesday.
We're actually in room 306. So. On Tuesdays, yeah, we're down the hall.